Expand your vocabulary with our core 2,000 words ebook. It's free and packed with essential expressions that you'll use on a daily basis. Start building your vocabulary today. Click the link in the description below to download your free Japanese ebook before it's gone. Hi, welcome to Introduction to Japanese. My name is Alicia, and I'm joined by...
Hi everyone, I'm Risa.
In this lesson, you'll learn the basics of Japanese writing. In English, we use one script, the English alphabet, to write. To write in Japanese, however, you will need to use 3 different scripts together.
And they are Hiragana, Katakana, and Kanji. Hiragana is like the basic Japanese alphabet.
Instead of 26 letters, however, we have 46 characters. Each character represents one syllable. These 5 characters, for example, represent the 5 vowels in Japanese.
A, I, U, E, O.
All other characters, except for one, are made up of a consonant and one of these vowels.
Ka, ki, ku, ke, ko, sa, shi, su, se, so.
And so on.
Katakana is almost exactly the same as Hiragana. The only difference is that it's written a little differently. A, I, U, E, O, ka, ki, ku, ke, ko. Hiragana is more cursive, while katakana has a lots of sharp corners. The final script is kanji.
Kanji is the use of Chinese characters in Japanese writing. This is because Japanese writing actually originated from China.
Right. A long time ago, Japan only used Chinese characters. Today, we use all 3 scripts together to write Japanese. Unlike hiragana and katakana though, kanji is nothing like an alphabet.
Kanji characters are a special type of character that represent an idea or concept. They act more like entire words than individual letters. And unlike the alphabet, there are thousands and thousands of kanji characters.
Not to mention, there are many different ways you can read them too. So the pronunciation actually changes according to the context.
Okay, now you know that there are 3 different scripts used to write Japanese, but why is this the case? Let's look at each script in a little more detail.
You can think of hiragana as the default script used to write most things in Japanese.
It's the most common of the 3 scripts because it's used to write functional words, including most grammatical particles, such as possessive,
の、私のペン
prepositions,
に、学校にいる
as a subject marker,
は、ジョンは学生です。
and it can also be used to write words that lack a kanji rendition or whose kanji is obscure or considered too difficult for the reader to understand. Additionally, it's used as inflectional endings for adjectives and verbs together with kanji.
見る、押す、白い、古い。
In theory, you could use this script to write everything in Japanese.
For this reason, it's generally best to learn hiragana first. We mentioned before that katakana is almost exactly the same as hiragana. The only difference is that it looks slightly different.
This is the least common of the 3 scripts because it's used to write foreign words and names,
コンピューター、ビール、ロンドン、ジョン、
and onomatopoeic sounds.
ワンワン、ニャン。It's common to learn katakana after you learn hiragana because of their similarities.
The final script is kanji, which is undoubtedly the hardest one of all to learn. Kanji is used to write most words of native Japanese or of historically Chinese origin. This includes most nouns,
人、学校、
the stems of most verbs and adjectives,
見る、行く、赤い、怖い、
and most personal and place names.
田中、ひろこ、東京、大阪。
Learning kanji may be difficult since there are thousands and thousands of them. They are, however, an integral part of Japanese writing. Okay, let's wrap up this lesson by recapping what we've learned.
In this lesson, you learned that there are 3 different scripts used to write Japanese. Hiragana is the most common. and it's used to write functional words and particles. Katakana is used to write foreign words and names. And kanji is used to write native Japanese words, or words of Chinese origin.
We've covered the very basics of Japanese writing.
Check out our Kantankana series to learn the Hiragana and Katakana scripts that we talked about in this lesson.
And check out our Introduction to Kanji series, where we teach you the quickest and most effective way to tackle learning kanji. In the next lesson, you'll be entering Japanese Boot Camp, where you'll learn useful beginner phrases to get you speaking Japanese right away. See you in the next lesson. Bye!
Bye!
Minasan yokoso! Hi everybody, my name is Chihiro and welcome to JapanesePod101.com's Kantankana series, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to learn the two basic Japanese alphabets, Hiragana and Katakana. Over the next 25 lessons, you'll go from zero to complete mastery. Are you ready? Okay, let's begin. In the first half of this series, you will learn Hiragana. Every Hiragana character represents a certain sound but doesn't have meaning by itself. Using these Hiragana characters, you can write almost any Japanese word. There are 46 Hiragana characters, and they are commonly arranged like this. Look complicated? Don't worry, we'll do one row at a time, and before you know it, you'll master them all. Okay, let's start writing. The first character you will learn is A. To write it correctly, pay attention to the stroke order. 1, 2, 3. When you're starting out, try to make your characters look as close to mine as possible. Keep your lines slightly curved like this. Good, let's move on. The second character is I. I is more simple than A. But there are two things to keep in mind. First, watch me draw it once. 1, 2. When you draw I, imagine there is an oval that you're tracing around, like this. This will help you write the lines correctly. Also, don't forget about this part. This is called a hane. This is left from when characters were written with a brush and ink. Try to make this hane with your pen. Believe it or not, now you know how to write a word in Japanese. This is ai, or love. Let's learn another character so we can write more words. Here is u. Make the top stroke angled like this, not flat. This is yu, which means to speak. And here is au, which means to meet. Two more characters for this lesson. 頑張ってください. E is next. The first stroke of e is the same as u, and the rest is all in one stroke. Don't lift up that pen. This is ie, which means house. And this is ue, which means up. Our last character today is o. This first stroke is like a, but this stroke swings around like this and makes a loop. Then make one final stroke here. This is oi. Nephew. And this is ao. Blue. Now let's have a short quiz. I'll show you the hiragana, and you read it out loud. Bonus points if you remember what it means. Ai. Love. Ryu. To speak. Ao. Blue. Now it's time for Chihiro's tip. Have you been writing as you watch? I hope so, because there's no better way to master the kana quickly than to write them for yourself. Do you know how to write kako, past? You'll learn that and much more in the next lesson. See you then! Minasan konnichiwa. Hi everyone, my name is Chihiro and welcome back to JapanesePod101.com's Kantankana series. In the last lesson, we learned the first 5 hiragana characters. A, I, U, E, O. Do you remember them? Today, we'll move on to the next line in the hiragana chart. We'll start with ka. 1, 2, 3. Notice the hane on the end of the first stroke. Try to make these 2 lines parallel. Now you can write kao. Which is face, and ika. Which is squid. Our next character is ki. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ki is tricky because when it is printed, the 3rd and 4th stroke are connected. When you write it, make sure that they are separate. I have a trick for remembering ki. If you close up the circle and draw some more detail at the top, it kind of looks like a key. If you can think of a picture or a story that links the sound with the kana, it'll be a lot easier to remember. Here is eki. Station. And here is kaki. Persimmon. Ku is a really easy one. Just 1 stroke. Now you know the word for to write. Kaku and aku, or evil. Our 4th character today is ke. 1, 2, 3. Don't forget the hane on the first stroke. The bottom of the 3rd stroke should curve inwards, not straight up and down. Here is ike. Pond. And here is kake. To bet. Just 1 more character today. The last one is ko. 1, 2. Here is koe. Voice. And here is kako. Past. Let's try a short quiz. See if you can read these words. If you can, try and remember their meanings. Eki. Station. Ike. Pond. Kaku. Right. Now it's time for Chihiro's tip. Don't get lost in studying and forget the real world. Find kana around you. Don't see any kana? Go to JapanesePod101.com and check out the kana transcripts for every lesson dialogue. You may not be able to read them all yet, but you can get a feel for how the kana are used in real life. Have you ever eaten sushi? You'll be able to write it and much more in the next lesson. See you then! Minasan, konnichiwa. Hi everyone, my name is Chihiro and welcome back to JapanesePod101.com's Kantan-kana series. In the last lesson, we learned the hiragana characters ka, ki, ku, ke, ko. We will be using some of those characters today, so if you're not sure, feel free to review the last lesson. We have 10 characters down, and we're going to tackle 5 more today. Let's start with sa. 1, 2, 3. Do you remember the character ki? Sa is the same as ki, except it only has one line here instead of 2. Like ki, when sa is printed, the last 2 strokes are often made into one single stroke. But when you're writing it, keep them separate like this. This is kasa. Umbrella. And this is sake. Alcohol. Next is shi, another easy one. Notice that it's pronounced as shi and not si. Here we have ushi. Cow and shio. Salt. The next character is su. This first line is straight, but the second line loops once and curves slightly to the left. Here's how you write sushi. You can also write isu. Chair. This is se. Pay attention to the stroke order. First the straight line, then the second stroke. The last stroke goes just past the second stroke. Here is ase. Sweat. Here's seki. Cough. Our last character today is so. There are 2 ways to write this character, so pick your favorite. The first way is one long stroke. It's like a Z in English with a curve at the end. The second way is like this. The only difference is this part at the beginning. You can write it however you like it, but be prepared to see it both ways when it's written. Here is uso. Lie. And here's soko. Over there. Let's try a short quiz. See if you can read these words. If you can, see if you understand the meanings. Ushi. Cow. Uso. Lie. Ase. Sweat. Now it's time for Chihiro's tip. The order we're learning the hiragana is called gojuon. Like alphabetical order in English, it's the method used for organizing words in Japanese. Be sure to learn this gojuon ordering if you want to use a Japanese dictionary. Have you ever ridden in a chikatetsu? You'll learn how to write that and many other words in the next lesson. See you then! Minasan konnichiwa. Hi everyone and welcome back to JapanesePod101.com's Katakana. In the last lesson, we learned the hiragana characters sa, shi, su, se, and so. If you're not confident about those, review the last lesson before continuing on here. By the end of this lesson, you'll have learned 20 hiragana characters. Let's get started with ta. 1, 2, 3, 4. Notice that the right side is a small version of ko. This character is easy to remember if you make one small change. Ta. Here's take. Bamboo. Here's taco. Octopus. Moving on, this is chi. You probably noticed that this is pretty similar to a previous character, sa. Other than being a mirror image, you never see the last stroke of chi split into two. It may be pretty hard to keep these two kana straight. Here's one tip to help you. Here's the word for happiness. Sachi. This is really easy to remember. If you think of this part as the eyes, this as the nose, and this as the mouth, then you have two happy friends talking to each other. When you come across a sa or a chi in the future, make this mental image to help you remember which is which. Chisai. Small. Kuchi. Mouth. If your head hurts from sa and chi, don't worry, the last three characters are really easy. Here's tsu. Just one stroke. And if you were to add one more line, it would become two. Tsu. Tsuchi. Dirt. Kutsu. Shoe. Does tsu sound familiar? Don't confuse it with su, which you learned in the last lesson. Listen carefully to the difference. Tsu, su, tsu, su. Here's te. Te means hand, and it makes it easy to remember because it looks like the lines on your right hand. Kate. Household. Chikatetsu. Subway. Our last character today is to. 1, 2. This character kind of looks like a toe. Ito. Thread. Tokei. Clock. Now let's have a short quiz. I'll show you the hiragana and you read it. Bonus points if you remember what it means. Take. Bamboo. Kuchi. Mouth. Chikatetsu. Subway. Now it's time for Chihiro's tip. Occasionally, you'll see Japanese written in Roman letters for beginners. This way of writing is called romaji, and there are several different types of romanization systems. But you won't have to worry about any of this once you learn the kana. Do you have a inu or neko at your house? In the next lesson, you'll learn how to write dog and cat in hiragana. So see you next time! Minasan konnichiwa. Hi everyone and welcome back to JapanesePod101.com's Katakana. In the last lesson, we learned the hiragana characters ta, chi, tsu, te, and to. Be sure to review the last lesson if you're not feeling confident. After this lesson, you'll have learned over half of the hiragana characters. Keep going, but don't forget to review the ones that you've already learned. We'll start with na. Na is one of just 3 hiragana characters that have 4 strokes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Natsu. Summer. Anata. You. Next up is ni. 1. There's a hane right here. 2, 3. The character kind of looks like a knee. These 2 strokes are the kneecap. Do you see it? Niku. Meat. Kani. Crab. Here is n. The first stroke goes at an angle. The second stroke crosses over twice and ends in a loop. Inu. Dog. Kinu. Silk. Let's learn ne. The first stroke is straight up and down. Then we cross it once, twice, 3 times, and finish in a loop. Think of this loop as a fish swimming in a net. Think of this loop as a fish swimming in a net. Neko, cat. Okane, money. Finally, here's no. Just think of this as a sign with a slash through it, like a no smoking sign. Inoshishi, wild boar. Ono, axe. Now let's have a short quiz. I'll show you the hiragana and you read it. Bonus points if you remember what it means. Anata, you. Inu, dog. Okane, money. Now it's time for Chihiro's tip. Hiragana has evolved from more complex Chinese characters called kanji. Some kanji had easily recognizable sounds, so they were used phonetically. Then those were simplified over time and are used in the hiragana today. That's why you can find some kanji that look like hiragana and sound similar too. Have you ever given hana to your haha? In the next lesson, you'll learn how to write flower and mother in hiragana. See you next time! Minasan konnichiwa. Hi everyone and welcome back to JapanesePod101.com's Katakana. In the last lesson, we learned the hiragana characters na, ni, nu, ne, and no. If you're not feeling confident about those, review the last lesson before continuing on. You've already learned 25 hiragana characters, so let's make it 30. We'll start with ha. 1, 2, 3. The first stroke has a hane at the end of it. This character is sometimes pronounced differently, but we will talk about that in another lesson. Also, ha looks a lot like ke, but with a curve at the end. Try not to confuse them. Here's haha. Mother. And here's hana. Flower. Next we have hi. Write it all with one stroke. Over, down, around, and like this at the end. Hito means person, and hikui means low. Now let's move on to fu. Fu is written with 4 strokes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Also, it's pronounced fu, not hu or fu. Your teeth don't touch your bottom lip. If you put your hand in front of your mouth, you should feel a puff of air when you say it. Here's fuku, which means clothes. and futa, which means lid. Next is he. He should all be one stroke. The second part should be longer than the first. There's also another way to pronounce he, but we'll save that for another lesson. Heso means belly button, and heta means unskilled. Our last character today is ho. 1, 2, 3, 4. This character looks a lot like ha that we talked about earlier. The difference is ho has an extra line on top right here. One example of ho is hone, which means bone. Another example is hosoi, which means slender. Now let's have a short quiz. I'll show you the hiragana and you read it. Bonus points if you remember what it means. Hana, flower. Hito, person. Hosoi, slim. Now it's time for Chihiro's tip. Can you think of any Japanese place names that use the hiragana that we have learned so far? Now you can write Fukuoka in southern Japan and Akasaka, a district in Tokyo where the JapanesePod101.com office is. For extra practice, find a map of Japan in English and see which place names you can write in hiragana. Pretty soon you'll be able to write them all. Have you ever seen a kuma in the wild? Kuma means bear, and we will learn how to write that word in hiragana and a lot more in the next lesson. See you then! Minasan konnichiwa. Hi everyone, I'm Chihiro and welcome back to JapanesePod101.com's Katakana. In the last lesson, we learned the hiragana characters ha, hi, hu, he, and ho. If you're not feeling confident about those, review the last lesson before continuing on here. You've already learned 30 hiragana characters so far. Great job! Only 16 left to go. So let's get started with ma. 1, 2, 3. This might also remind you of the right side of the character ho. The difference is, in ho, the vertical line doesn't go past the top stroke, but in ma, it does. Kuma is bear, and machi is town or neighborhood. You'll hear this word a lot in place names around Japan. Next, this is mi. First, one long stroke like this, and then one short one like this. Have you ever had miso soup? Miso is bean paste used a lot in Japanese food, and mise is store. Now let's move on to mu. 1, 2, down and around and up. When written, the loop on mu looks like it's at the corner, but when printed, it's a bit higher up. The word mushi means bug. And mukashi means a long time ago. Next is me. First we do one short stroke, and then a long one here like this. Don't confuse me with nu. Nu has a loop, but me doesn't. Me by itself is I. Another word is mame, which is the Japanese word for beans. Our last character today is mo. 1, 2, and 3. This character might remind you of ma, but ma has a loop to the left and mo has an open hook on the right. Momo is peach. And mono is thing. Now let's have a short quiz. I'll show you the hiragana and you read it. Bonus points if you remember what it means. Kuma, bear. Mushi, bug. Momo, peach. Now it's time for Chihiro's tip. How's your kana learning going? If you're having a tough time learning the characters, why not check out the hiragana chart on JapanesePod101.com's Learning Center? You'll be able to see all the kana, watch the stroke order, and hear them pronounced by a native speaker. Don't just get stuck in one learning method, mix it up for best results. Do you feel like taking a yasumi or rest? When you're ready, we'll show you how to write that word and many others in our next lesson. Minasan konnichiwa. Hi everyone, I'm Chihiro and welcome back to JapanesePod101.com's Katakana. In the last lesson, we learned the hiragana characters ma, mi, mu, me, and mo. If you're not confident about these, be sure to review the last lesson. There are just 11 characters left, and we're going to learn 3 of them today. Now let's get started with ya. Ya is very tricky to get right. Make the first stroke like this. The second one here. The third stroke comes in at a slight angle like this. Yasumi, vacation. And hayai means fast. Next is yu. Start with a straight line, come all the way around like you're drawing a fish, but don't connect at the end. Then, come from straight above the loop, cut it, and curve to the left. Yuki is the Japanese word for snow. And you might see this during fuyu or winter. Our last character today is yo. Start with a straight line, then come straight down, do a loop and finish like this. Tsuyoi is strong. And Yokohama is one of Japan's largest cities. If you've been paying attention to the last 7 lessons, you may be expecting a yi and yet sound, but those sounds actually don't exist at all in Japanese. Okay, let's talk about one more thing today. Do you know the word kutsu? It means shoes. What about this word? kutsu, it means pain. The difference between kutsu and kutsu may not sound like much. For kutsu, we just hold the u sound for twice as long as we do in kutsu. This u sound is one of the long vowels in Japanese. Japanese has 5 vowels, a, I, u, e, and o, and their lengthened versions are a, I, u, e, and o. So how do you write oki, which means big? The first sound is o as a long vowel, so when you write this word, you write 2 os in a row. The last I sound is also a long vowel, so you need another I in addition to the I sound in ki. So it's not oki, it's oki. And how about the word koko, which means high school? Can you hear the difference between that and the word for here, koko? In the case of koko, what we hear is only the o sound lengthened, but when you write this word, you don't write koko, but koko. There are 2 written versions, o and o, for the sound of o as a long vowel. For our quiz today, I'll say a word and you guess how many characters it takes to write it. Are there any long vowels in it or not? Shikai, chikai, atarashii, atarashii, koko, 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 kou, kou, sayonara, sayonara. So, how'd you do? Pay close attention to long vowels from now on. Japanese pronunciation is pretty easy, but the long vowels can trip you up if you're not careful. Now it's time for Chihiro's tip. Do you remember my hint from Lesson 2? Have you been checking out the Kana transcripts at Japanese Pod 101's lessons? I bet you can read a lot more now than you could at Lesson 2. Go back and browse the Kana transcripts for a lesson or 2 and you'll be amazed at how far you've come. Just think, a little more and you'll understand the whole thing. Only 8 more hiragana left and we'll learn 5 of them in the next lesson. See you then. In the last lesson, we learned the hiragana characters ya, yu, yo, and the long vowels. If you're not feeling confident about those, review the last lesson before continuing on here. Less than 10 hiragana characters left. You almost know them all. Let's get started with ra. For starters, pay attention to the pronunciation. Your tongue slightly touches the roof of your mouth when you say it. 1 and 2. The top piece when written is bent at an angle, but sometimes you see it as a straight line. The bottom part should curve and get close to a circle, but not touch. Here's hora, which is said to get your attention. And here's sakura, cherry blossoms. Next is ri. Again, be careful to pronounce it as ri. When printed, ri is sometimes just 1 stroke, not 2. But when you write it, usually it becomes 2 separate lines with a hane pointing to the second line, but some people connect the lines when they write it too. Have you ever seen a risu in the wild? Risu is squirrel, and you might have seen it in the mori, which is forest. Now let's move on to ru. Ru is all one stroke with 3 parts. 1, 2, around and loop. Akarui means bright. And suru is a verb meaning to do. Many verbs end in ru. Now let's try re. First, we do one short stroke almost straight down. Then like this, then up and a curve. This looks a lot like ne, but there is no loop on the end, and the part here curves in a little, not out. Remember how we said ne looked like a fish in a net? Well, in re, the fish got away. Tare is a word that means a thick sauce. And yure is ghost. Notice that this word has 2 long vowels, yu and re. The final character today is ro, all one stroke, and almost the same as ru, but without the last loop. An easy way to remember the difference between ru and ro is in ro, the loop at the end rolled away. The word roku means 6. And hiroi means spacious or wide. Now let's have a short quiz. I'll show you the hiragana and you read it. Bonus points if you remember what it means. Risu, squirrel. Yure, ghost. Roku, 6. Now it's time for Chihiro's tip. If you pick up a kid's book in Japan, you'll notice a lot of little hiragana near the kanji. Those are called furigana. Japanese kids haven't learned many kanji yet, so the furigana help them know how to pronounce the more difficult kanji. You can find them in comics, novels, and a lot of Japanese Pod 101 videos too. Have you ever seen furigana written around you? We're almost there. After just one more lesson, you'll be able to read and write all of the standard hiragana. So I'll see you next time.
Minasan konnichiwa. Hi everyone, I'm Chihiro and welcome back to JapanesePod101.com's Katakana. In the last lesson, we learned the hiragana characters ra, ri, ru, re, and ro. Be sure to review the last lesson if you're not feeling confident. There are just 3 more characters left. So come on, let's get started. Let's take a look at wa. Wa is written like this. First the line down, then like this here, and finish with a curve, but don't close it. You may notice that wa looks a lot like ne and re, but wa curves in and doesn't loop. An important Japanese word to know is wakaru, to understand, and kawa, which is river. While we're on the subject of wa, do you remember when we talked about ha? Let's try to read a sentence. Watashi wa eki e ikimasu. This is not a mistake. When used as a particle, ha is pronounced as wa. In Japanese, particles are often one character
that goes between words to show relationships. When you learn about sentence structure, this will make a lot more sense. But for now, just remember that this character can be pronounced as wa. The other character to look out for is he. In the sentence, he is read e. Once again, this is because the pronunciation changes when it's used as a particle. While we're on the subject of particles, o is often used as a particle. When it's a particle, the sound stays the same, but the character changes. 1, 2, 3. It kind of looks like to, right? Think of o as to with oh so much more. For example, we have kusuri o nomu, which means to take medicine. This is a phrase made up of the words kusuri, meaning medicine, and nomu, literally meaning to drink. And the o sound between kusuri and nomu is the particle showing the relationship of these two words. So we use the particle o instead of the o we learned the first lesson. Ready for the last hiragana character? Here we go. The last one is easy to remember, but a bit of a special one. It's m. Let's write it. It's all one continuous stroke. Down at an angle, up a little, and then back down. It's really easy to remember because it kind of looks like a lowercase n. So let's look at some words with n. Here we have ninniku, or garlic. And here's kantan, which means easy, hence the name of our series, Katakana. Now the reason n is special is because n is the only hiragana character that is just a consonant. It must be connected with another character in front of it. There are no words in Japanese that start with n. Now let's have a short quiz. I'll show you the hiragana and you read it. Bonus points if you remember what it means. Kawa, river.
Kusuri o nomu, to take medicine.
Ninniku, garlic. Now it's time for Chihiro's tip. You may have noticed that there aren't very many characters with the W sound. Actually, there used to be, wi and we. Here's what these hiragana look like, but don't bother learning them. They aren't used anymore in standard Japanese. You now know all the hiragana, but we haven't covered all the sounds used in Japanese. In the next lesson, you're going to learn how to make 23 more sounds using the characters you already know. See you next time! Over the last 10 lessons, we learned 46 hiragana characters to make 46 different sounds. That was the hard part. Now we're going to learn 23 new sounds just by adding small things to the characters you've already learned. Here are all the new things to remember for this lesson. The first one is called tenten and looks like quotation marks. The other one is called maru, which is Japanese for circle. By adding these marks to hiragana, you can create new sounds. There are 20 characters that you can attach tenten to, and only 5 characters that you can attach maru to. Here are the 20 characters you can attach tenten to. Listen to what happens to the sound when you add it. Kakikukeko becomes ga-gi-gu-ge-ko. Did you hear it? The K sound becomes a G sound. We call this voicing. Put your hand on your throat as you make both the k and g sounds. You'll notice that when you make the g sound, you can feel your vocal cords vibrating. That's what voicing is. All consonants that have tenten are made with this vibration. Sa, shi, su, se, so becomes za, ji, zu, ze, zo. Here, the S sound becomes a Z. The exception is shi, which becomes ji. Ta, chi, tsu, te, to becomes da, ji, zu, de, do. The T sound becomes a D. Here, there are two exceptions. Chi becomes ji and tsu becomes zu. These characters have the exact same sound as ji and zu. As a result, these two characters are very uncommon, but they still appear in a few words. That's all for the exceptions, but there are 5 more characters you can add tenten to. Ha, hi, hu, he, ho becomes ba, bi, bu, be, bo. So, the H becomes a B. Once again, tenten makes the sound voiced. But when you add a maru to the H sound, you get a very different sound. Pa, pi, pu, pe, po. The H sound becomes a P sound. These are the only 5 characters you can add maru to. This means you've learned 23 new sounds, and there are a lot of new words you can write. Kagi, key. Eigo, English. Daigaku, university. Enpitsu, pencil. Now it's time for Chihiro's tip. Do you have a minute? Try to write all the hiragana in one sitting. At the beginning, it might be hard, but it'll help you find out which characters are still difficult to remember. Use the gojuon ordering that you learned in lesson 3. Can you write all 46 from memory? In the next lesson, we'll wrap up hiragana with a few more rules. Do you know how to write Tokyo? You'll learn that and more in the next lesson. This is our last hiragana lesson before our review. If you see anything you don't understand, check out one of the last 11 lessons to get caught up. We'll cover 2 concepts in this lesson, the small tsu and combined sounds. Do you know the Japanese word for ticket? It's kippu. How would you spell that in hiragana? You may think to just write kippu, but listen carefully. Kippu. After the first character, the beginning of the second character is held for a short time. It sounds like you're holding your breath for a split second. Kippu. There are a lot of words in Japanese like this. Zashi, kappa, kite. How would you write that short pause in hiragana? It's actually very easy. Remember tsu? All you have to do is write a small tsu between the 2 characters. So, to write kippu, we would write ki, small tsu, pu. Let's look at a few words in Japanese that feature this small tsu. Kitte, stamp. Zashi, magazine. Rippa, splendid. Listen carefully to the words you hear. The small tsu can be difficult to catch at first, but keep listening and it'll soon become easier. Our last hiragana concept is combined sounds. How would you write the name of the largest city in Japan? Tokyo. It starts out easy. To-u. But then what? Kyo? We need to learn how to write this new sound. The trick to form these sounds in hiragana is also pretty simple. Take the consonant sound k and use the character in the I row. So for kyo, we would use ki. Then we need the character for yo, but it needs to be small. Add one more u and we have Tokyo. This trick works with any character in the I row, and the small character can either be yo, yu, or ya. Let's take a look at all the possible combinations. As you can see, there are 11 consonant characters in the I row, and combined with yo, yu, or ya, it makes 33 possible sounds. Now let's use these sounds in some words. Ryo, amount. Jisho, dictionary. 800, 800. 牛乳, milk. Now, you try writing. I'll say a word and you write it in hiragana. Yatto. Once more. Yatto. This means finally. It wasn't yatto. There was a small tsu sound in the middle. So you write ya, small tsu, to. Let's try one more. 1週間. Once more. 1週間. This means 1 week. This word uses both the small tsu and the small yu. The small tsu comes after the I, where you hold your breath for a split second. The small yu comes after the shi, which creates the shu sound. Then add the rest and you get 1週間. Did you get it? You've now learned all there is to know about hiragana. Try to avoid romaji from now on and read as much hiragana as you can. The more you see these characters, the faster you'll be able to read them. Now it's time for Chihiro's tip. The reason people sometimes say that Japanese pronunciation is easy is because it is. You've just learned every sound used in the language. If you can pronounce the characters by themselves, it doesn't change when they're in the middle of a word. Try to find a really long word in your Japanese dictionary and pronounce it. Now that you've learned the hiragana, it's surprisingly easy, isn't it? In the next lesson, we'll go out in the real world and read some hiragana you'll see in Japanese daily life. See you next time! Minasan, お疲れ様です. Well done, everyone. And welcome back to JapanesePod101.com's Katakana. You now know how to read and write hiragana. Today, we're going to move out of the classroom and into the real world. We're going to review the hiragana characters by taking a look at some actual signs in Tokyo. If you have problems reading any of the characters, brush up by reviewing some of the past 12 lessons. Are you ready? Then let's take a look at some real-world hiragana. Here's a word you might see often in Japanese restaurants. Can you read it? It says, yakitori. Yakitori. Do you know what that is? How about now? Yakitori is the word for grilled chicken skewers, and this picture was taken from a sign in front of a restaurant that specializes in yakitori. How about this sign? What does it say? It says, Anman. Amman. Have you ever tried an amman before? It's a steamed bun with sweet bean paste filling, and this picture comes from a restaurant menu board. Let's get off the subject of food for a bit and look at this poster of the Japanese World Cup soccer team. Can you read the hiragana? It says, arigatou. Arigatou. As you may know, this means thank you. You'll hear it a lot in Japan. These characters might look a little different than what you're used to, but can you understand it? It says, tonari. Tonari, and means neighbor or next door. In this case, it's the name of a restaurant and the picture is of a sign above the entrance. This one might also be tricky to read, but can you do it? It says, unagi. Unagi, and it means grilled eel. This is on a sign in front of a restaurant, and you'll notice this one is a little bit less uniform in writing. It's designed to look like it was written with a brush pen. Here's one that might not look like writing at all. Any idea what it says? Okage-sama de. Okage-sama de. Which means, thanks to you. This is from a restaurant advertising its 5th anniversary. They are thanking their customers for helping them stay open for 5 years. And here's the last one for today. It's a little bit less orderly than others because it's handwritten. What does it say? It says, okazu. Okazu, which means side dishes to go with rice. This picture was taken off a street vendor's table. Like English or any other language, everyone has their own writing style. Don't be alarmed if it looks a little different from what you've learned.
How was it? Although kanji gets a lot of attention, hiragana is the cornerstone of Japanese. Make sure you're feeling comfortable with them before you move on. In the next lesson, we'll move on to the second alphabet of Japanese, Katakana. You're over halfway through learning all the Japanese kana. You've done well to get this far. You've already learned an entirely new writing system. Katakana is coming up, but it'll be a lot easier to learn now since you've mastered hiragana. I hope to see you all next time.
Minasan konnichiwa. Hi everyone, I'm Chihiro, and welcome back to JapanesePod101.com's Kantankana series. If you've seen and practiced the last 13 lessons, then you've already learned hiragana. Great job! Like always, if you come across some hiragana characters you don't recognize, be sure to review the previous lessons. We'll be using what you've learned about hiragana for the next alphabet, so make sure you're on top of it. That's right, the next alphabet. Kana is a term used to describe both hiragana and katakana. Both are used in Japanese writing, and it's usually the next alphabet learned after hiragana. Every hiragana has a corresponding katakana character. This means that there are 46 hiragana and katakana. There are no new sounds to learn, but katakana is used for a very specific purpose. We learned hiragana, which are used for Japanese words. But how would you write words that aren't originally Japanese, such as computer or Brad Pitt? The answer is, the word is said as closely as possible to the original, while just using the Japanese sounds that we learned when studying the hiragana. So, computer becomes
コンピューター
and Brad Pitt becomes Brad Pitt. Some words sound very close to the word in the original language, like America for America, but some words get pretty beat up, like career for career. Katakana is also used for other things, but we'll get into those over the course of the next few lessons. For now, let's take care of the first 5 characters. We'll begin with a, 1, 2. The first stroke starts straight and then bends. The second stroke curves to the left. This character kind of looks like a capital A on its side. Next up is I, 1, 2. Just a slightly curved diagonal line over a straight line. Make sure this line goes right down the middle. Here is U, 1, 2, 3. The first 2 strokes are straight up and down. Does this character remind you of the hiragana version? They look similar, don't they? This is E, 1, 2, 3. The bottom stroke should be slightly longer than the top stroke. Our last character is O. 1, 2, 3. Notice the hane at the end of the second stroke. Now it's time for Chihiro's tip. The first thing that might jump out at you about katakana is how angular their shapes are compared to hiragana. Most of the lines are fairly straight compared to hiragana, so it may look slightly mechanical. Because of this, when robots or computers speak in Japanese manga, the author will often write their words in katakana. How do you find the katakana so far? In the next lesson, we'll take on 5 more characters and start to make words. I'll see you then. Minasan konnichiwa. Hi everyone, I'm Chihiro and welcome back to JapanesePod101.com's Kantankana series. In the last lesson, we learned the katakana characters a, I, U, e, and o. If you remember your hiragana, that would really help with this lesson. If you see some characters you don't know, be sure to review some past lessons. Now, let's take a look at the next 5 katakana characters. We'll begin with ka. 1, 2. Looks pretty familiar, doesn't it? That's because it's almost the same as the hiragana ka, but there's no final stroke. It's also more angular, which is a common characteristic of katakana. Here is kakao. Or kakao, what chocolate is made from. Remember when we talked about long vowels? In katakana, it's a little different and a lot easier. Just add a dash after the character you want to extend. So, this will be ka, but this will be ka, which is one way you can write car in Japanese. Next up is ki. 1, 2, 3. This one should also look a little familiar too. It's similar to the hiragana ki. Here's kiwi. Kiwi. Next is ku. 1, 2. Make sure these two lines are parallel. Now you can write kueka. Quicker. Here's ke. 1, 2, 3. This is simple to remember because it kind of looks like a K that's been tilted. Let's write keiki. Cake. And oke. Okay, but most Japanese just write this in Roman letters. Our last character is ko. 1, 2. When you compare this character to the Hiragana version, you may be able to see the similarities. Instead of having hane on the right side, the strokes completely connect to each other. Now you can write kokoa. Coco and koa. Core. Now let's have a short quiz. I'll show you the katakana and you read it. Bonus points if you remember what it means. Kiwi. Kiwi. Keiki. Cake. Cocoa. Cocoa. Now it's time for Chihiro's tip. You'll recognize a lot of katakana words from English, but this isn't always the case. Because Japan's first contact with foreigners was with the Portuguese, there are some Portuguese words like pão, which means bread. There are other words that have roots in German, Russian, Korean, and many other languages. If you see a katakana word you don't recognize, it may come from another language. You're off to a great start with katakana. In our next lesson, you will learn how to write the su for the word aisu, or ice cream, a great dessert. Hope to see you then. Minasan konnichiwa. Hi everyone, I'm Chihiro and welcome back to JapanesePod101.com's Kantankana series. In the last lesson, we learned the katakana characters ka, ki, ku, ke, and ko. By now, you've probably noticed that some of the katakana characters look like their hiragana counterparts. You'll see more and more examples of this, so a solid knowledge of hiragana will help you out. Now let's learn today's 5 characters. We'll begin with sa. 1, 2, 3. Make sure the last line curves inwards. Here's kasa-kasa. The sound of rustling. Next up is shi. 1, 2, 3. The directions of the lines are pretty important. If it helps you, draw a vertical line on the left side and start all 3 strokes from that line. One company with the katakana shi in its name that you might recognize is Casio. Do you recognize it? It's Casio. Here is su. 1, 2. Ice, which is ice cream, which you might enjoy in an oasis. oasis. Here's set 1, 2. It kind of looks similar to Hiragana set, doesn't it? Here's access. Access. Our last character is so. 1, 2. Both strokes start from the top. Again, like shi, the angles are very important in order to differentiate it from a character we will learn later. Here is sosu. Sauce. And shiso. Seesaw. Now let's have a short quiz. I'll show you a word in katakana and you read it. Bonus points if you remember what it means. Kasakasa. The sound of rustling. Oasis. Oasis. Sauce. Sauce. Now it's time for Chihiro's tip. We had one word show up that was different from the rest in this lesson. Kasakasa, which describes a rustling sound. Besides converting words from other languages, katakana is used for onomatopoeia words. Japanese has a lot of these sounds and you'll see them in written form, but they are also used in conversation. JapanesePod101.com has a whole series on onomatopoeia words if you're interested, and a few more will pop up over the course of this series. Congratulations! Now you know almost 1/3 of all the katakana characters. In the next lesson, we'll learn 5 more and some more words. I'll see you then. Minasan konnichiwa. Hi everyone, I'm Chihiro and welcome back to JapanesePod101.com's Kantankana series. In the last lesson, we learned the katakana characters sa, shi, su, se, and so. Does it feel like you just started learning katakana? After this lesson, you'll be done with 20 of them. Keep up the pace and don't forget to review. We'll start with ta. 1, 2, 3. This character is exactly like ku, except for the final stroke. Here's seta. Sweater and taxi. Taxi. Next up is chi. 1, 2, 3. Be careful that you draw the first stroke with a slight angle. Here's kochi. Coach. Let's take a look at tsu. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Remember shi from the last lesson? These two kana look almost exactly the same. In fact, a lot of people confuse these and it even trips up the advanced students. Let's learn it right the first time. With shi, all 3 strokes went from left to right, starting from the left edge. But with tsu, all strokes go from top to bottom, along the top. So when you're trying to figure out which character is which, just remember this. If you connect all the strokes with the line across the left side, it's shi. Shi for side. If you connect them along the top, it's tsu. Tsu for top. Here's sutsu. suit, and tour. Tour. Next is te. 1, 2, 3.
If you think of it as a television antenna, te is pretty easy to remember.
What do you think tekisasu is? It's the American state, Texas. Today's last katakana is to. 1, 2. Here's testo. Test. And toasto. Toast. Now let's have a short quiz. I'll show you the word in katakana and you read it. Bonus points if you remember what it means. Taxi. Taxi. Suits. Suit. Toast. Toast. Now it's time for Chihiro's tip. Were you able to tell that tekisasu was Texas? If you want to talk about your own hometown in Japanese, you should transcribe it into katakana first. Los Angeles is
ロサンゼルス、ロサンゼルス。
and London is London, London. Try to figure out how to say your hometown, state, or country in katakana. Then find a Japanese map and look at how you pronounce different country names in Japanese. 20 down, 26 to go. We'll go past the halfway mark in the next video, so keep it up. Minasan konnichiwa. Hi everyone, I'm Chihiro and welcome back to JapanesePod101.com's Kantankana series. Today we'll take on 5 more characters. But do you remember the last 5 characters? Go ahead and review some previous lessons once in a while so you don't forget. Let's start today with na. 1, 2. This character looks pretty easy. And it's even easier when you remember the Hiragana version of na. It's just the first 2 strokes. Careful that you don't make it look like a plus sign, so curve it slightly to the left. Here's sauna. Asana. And here's tsuna. Tuna. Next is ni. 1, 2. Again, this is an easy character made even easier when you think about the Hiragana version. Just take off the first stroke and flatten it out. Ni is also the same shape and reading of the kanji for number 2 in Japanese. So there you have it, 2 birds with 1 stone. Now you know a kanji as well. Here's tennis. Tennis. And here's shinya. Senior. Our third katakana today is nu. 1, 2. Here's canoe. canoe. And here's tetanus. Tetanus, as in a tetanus shot. All the characters so far have been pretty easy, so here's a tougher one for you. Ne, 1, 2, 3, 4. You can think of this as a boat hitting an iceberg, a naval disaster. Here's necktie. Necktie. And here's kone. Which is short for connection. If you think that character was hard, then you'll be glad to know that the last character today happens to be the easiest kana there is. No, just one stroke. If you forget what angle the stroke goes at, just remember the Hiragana version. It's the same. Here's noto. As in a notebook or the notes you take in class. And here's nano. Nano, as in a nanometer. Now let's have a short quiz. I'll show you a word in katakana, and you read it. Bonus points if you remember what it means. Tennis. Tennis. Canoe. Canoe. Necktie. Necktie. Now it's time for Chihiro's tip. Do you know how to write your name in Japanese? If not, you will by the end of this series. Just like place names, your name needs to be transcribed into katakana. Some names transcribe easily. For example, Tony is Toni. Almost the same. But it's harder for other names like the one-syllabic nickname Chris because it becomes Kurisu. Other languages may have sounds that do not exist in Japanese, so there's a good chance that your name sounds a little different in the translation. You're halfway there already. Do you know how to write that popular morning drink, kohi, and the sweet sticky syrup, honey, in katakana? You'll learn how to write coffee and honey in the next lesson. I'll see you then. Minasan konnichiwa. Hi everyone, I'm Chihiro and welcome back to JapanesePod101.com's Kantankana series. In the last lesson, we learned the katakana characters na, ni, nu, ne, and no. If you remember your hiragana, that will really help with this lesson. If you see some characters you don't know, be sure to review some past lessons. Now, let's take a look at the next 5 katakana characters. We'll begin with ha. 1, 2. Just 2 short lines, one going left and the other going right. Think of it as a line broken in half. Here's honey. Honey. And here's haichi. Haiti, a country in the West Indies. Next up is hi. 1, 2. Perhaps it looks like the heel of a foot. Here's kohi. coffee. And here's another onomatopoeic word, hiso-hiso. A word used to describe something when it's done secretly. Next up is fu. Just a single stroke with the turn. Now you can write hafu. A half. And here's after. After. Here's the easiest one we'll learn today. Remember the hiragana, he? Well, in katakana, it's the same thing. Let's write hectare. For those who have the name Hector. And here's henna, as in the henna plant. Our last character is ho, probably the most difficult one in this lesson. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now you can write hose. A hose used for gardening. And here's another onomatopoeic word for you. Ho, ho. Can you guess what that is? It's a sound an owl makes. Now let's have a short quiz. I'll show you a word in katakana, and you read it. Bonus points if you remember what it means. Honey. Honey. Coffee. Coffee. Hose. Hose. Now it's time for Chihiro's tip. There are many words in which the foreign word is used over the Japanese counterpart. For example, words like honey and after also have Japanese equivalents. Sometimes, Japanese uses the non-Japanese word because the image associated with it is different. You see a lot of it when talking about the latest trends, concepts, and ideas. Words in katakana tend to have a modern feel to them. Have you ever been to Mexico or Monaco before? Even if you haven't, at least you'll learn how to write Mexico and Monaco in katakana in the next lesson. I'll see you then. Minasan konnichiwa. Hi everyone, I'm Chihiro and welcome back to JapanesePod101.com's Kantankana series. In the last lesson, we learned the katakana characters ha, hi, hu, he, and ho. If you remember your hiragana, that will really help with this lesson. If you see some characters you don't know, be sure to review some past lessons. Now, let's take a look at the next 5 katakana characters. We'll begin with ma. 1, 2. This one might look familiar. Remember when we talked about a? These two start out the same, but the second line is completely different. Here's mama. Mother. And here's masku. A mask. Next up is mi. 1, 2, 3. 3 lines on a slanting angle, with the middle line slightly shorter. Here's mini. Mini. Next up is mu. 1, 2. Now you can write hamu. Ham as in the lunch meat. And chimu. Team as in the sports team. Here's ne. 1, 2. Be careful not to make this look like an X. Make sure that the first stroke is curved slightly and the second stroke is shorter and straight. Let's write Mexico. A beautiful country. And mesu is Dutch for the scalpel used by doctors. Our last character is mo. 1, 2, 3. Remember Hiragana mo? The Katakana mo is quite similar but slightly angular looking. Now you can write Monaco. The country Monaco in Europe, and an onomatopoeia word that might be similar in other languages. Mo. Can you guess what that is? Right, it's the sound a cow makes. Now let's have a short quiz. I'll show you a word in Katakana, and you read it. Bonus points if you remember what it means. Hamu. Ham. Mexico. Mexico. Monaco. Monaco. Now it's time for Chihiro's tip. A lot of loanwords or phrases that are long are often shortened in Japanese. For example, a television is terebi, and a remote control is simply rimokon. Now remember a few lessons ago that actor Brad Pitt was an example? Do you know how the Japanese nicknamed him? It's just Burapi, short and sweet. Do you like playing with yo-yo or eating shortcake? If you don't, well, at least in the next lesson, you'll learn how to write yo-yo and strawberry shortcake. We'll see you then. Minasan konnichiwa. Hi everyone, I'm Chihiro and welcome back to JapanesePod101.com's Katakana. In the last lesson, we learned the katakana characters ma, mi, mu, me, and mo. Be sure to review the last lesson if you don't feel confident with these. We're almost done with katakana. Today we're going to cover ya, you, and yo. We'll begin with ya. 1, 2. Kind of looks like an angular version of hiragana ya, doesn't it? In the katakana version, there is no short stroke on the top. Here is taya. A tire for your car, and here's yamu. Yam. Next up is yu. 1, 2. It looks like an angular alphabetical letter U turned on its side, doesn't it? Here's unique. Unique. And here's
yumoa.
humor, an important thing to have. Okay, our last character today is yo, which looks like a backward capital E, which won't help you remember it. But this is actually a trick tip because now you will remember it as yo, the backwards E. Now you can write yo yo. Which you probably guessed is a yo-yo, and tsunamayo, which is a contraction of the words tuna and mayonnaise, a popular food combination in Japan. That's all the new katakana today, but before you go, I'd like to talk about one more thing. Remember in lesson 12 when I talked about combined vowels? Adding a small ya, you, or yo after any character in the E row creates a combination sound. Well, as you might have guessed, it works for katakana as well. Now you can read shotokeki, which means strawberry shortcake, and amateur, which is amateur. These combined sounds are really useful if you're from New York or New York. Now let's have a short quiz. I'll show you the katakana and you read it. Bonus points if you remember what it means. Taya, tire. Yo-yo, yo-yo. Unique, unique. Now it's time for Chihiro's tip. Some Japanese words are written in katakana even though they are not foreign words. For example, the word osusume means recommended and is written a lot on menus. Katakana is used in this case because it adds emphasis to the word. Try and spot them. You might see them from time to time. Have you ever danced salsa or ridden the metro? You'll learn how to write both salsa and metro in the next lesson. I'll see you then. Minasan konnichiwa. Hi everyone, I'm Chihiro and welcome back to JapanesePod101.com's Kantankana. In the last lesson, we learned the katakana characters ya, you, and yo. Now there are less than 10 left and you'll learn 5 of them now. How's your studying coming along? If you see some characters you don't know, be sure to go back and review. Now let's take a look at the next 5 katakana characters. We'll begin with da. 1, 2. Looks like a hu, but has a line above it. Here's kera kera. An onomatopoeia for the sound of laughter. And this is karaoke. Karaoke, which is actually 2 words put together. Kara is short for karappo, meaning empty, and oke is short for orchestra, orchestra. Next up is ri, 1, 2. If you remember the hiragana ri, this one looks quite similar, but unlike hiragana, the 2 strokes in katakana ri are never connected, and the first stroke doesn't have a hane. Here's listo. List. And here's Italia. Italy. Okay, next up is ru. 1, 2. Now you can write アルコール alcohol and salsa. Salsa, as in the sauce or the dance. Here's de, just one stroke. Think of it as the last stroke of ru on its own. Since it comes right after ru, it should be easy to remember. Let's write オムレツ omelet and エクレア Eclair, the sweet French dessert filled with custard. Our last character for today is ro. 1, 2, 3. A nice way to remember this is squares don't roll. Now you can write metro. Metro, a good one to remember if you're in Tokyo. And calorie. Calorie. Now let's have a short quiz. I'll show you a word in katakana and you read it. Bonus points if you remember what it means. Salsa, salsa, karaoke, karaoke, metro, metro. Now it's time for Chihiro's tip. On many formal documents, there will be a space to write your name in katakana on top of the way you would usually write it. Since a single kanji has several different ways to read it, this is important for the Japanese who write their names in kanji so that their names won't be mispronounced. This is also important if you write your name in Roman letters so that the Japanese can read your name properly. So, do you know how to write your name in katakana yet? For those who don't, we'll be learning the last katakana letters in the next lesson, so you'll know how to after that. I'll see you then. Minasan konnichiwa. Hi everyone, I'm Chihiro and welcome back to JapanesePod101.com's Katakana. In the last lesson, we learned the katakana characters darirure and ro. If you're still feeling a little unsure of these, go back and review the previous lesson. This is the last lesson where you will learn new katakana. Great job coming this far. Hang in there for just a little longer. Today, we're going to cover wa, o, and n. We'll begin with wa. Remember who? Wa looks similar, but it has an extra line here. Here is warutsu. Waltz, the ballroom dance. And here's wakushito. Worksheet. Now remember when we learned the hiragana o? We said that it was a particle? Well, since it's part of a grammar structure, the katakana o is rarely used. But let's learn it anyways, since you might see it written from time to time. Here is o. 1, 2. Another one that looks like hu, but this time with a horizontal line inside. Okay, our last character for the whole series is n, and it looks like this. Like its hiragana counterpart, It's the only character that represents a consonant and no word will start with n. Remember so? These two look very similar, so be careful. When writing n, note that you write the second stroke going from bottom to top. When you compare them, the n looks a little laid back and the so looks a little bit taller. Here's an onomatopoeic word for you. Japanese actually has a word that describes the sound of silence. It's shin. You might see this written in manga during a very quiet scene. The other word we have is screen. Which is what you're looking at right now, a screen. And that's it! You're finished learning all the hiragana and katakana. Great job! But before we go, let's have a short quiz. I'll show you a word in katakana and you read it. Bonus points as usual if you remember what it means. Worksheet. Worksheet. Waltz. Waltz. Screen. Screen. Now it's time for Chihiro's tip. Have you noticed that some foreign words that you would usually expect to see in katakana are in hiragana? That's done on purpose to give a different feel to the word again. In this way, Japanese uses both katakana and hiragana in order to convey different nuances. Now you've learned all the characters of katakana and hiragana. Congratulations! But before we let you go, we want you to know a few extra things you can do with katakana that you can't usually do with hiragana. So hope to see you next time for the last lesson. Minasan konnichiwa. Hi everyone, I'm Chihiro and welcome back to JapanesePod101.com's Katakana. In the last lesson, we learned the katakana characters wa, o, and n. If you're still feeling a little unsure of these, go back and review the previous lesson. Now you know all the kana. In this lesson, we'll review some concepts taught in lesson 11 and apply them to some katakana characters. We'll start with tenten. Do you remember how to make voiced sounds? Right, you add tenten to the character, which are the little markings on the top right. This goes for all 20 katakana characters as well. For example, when we add tenten, the kakikuke ko row becomes gagiguke go. Now we can write guitar. Or guitar. Remember in hiragana, we could also do this with the sa row? The same thing applies here. Sa, shi, su, se, so becomes za, ji, zu, ze, zo. Here is zara, zara. The word that describes a rough surface. Again, ta, chi, tsu, te, to becomes da, ji, zu, de, do. You might not see ji and zu as often as ji and zu, but they are used from time to time. Since the pronunciation is the same, it might be a little hard to guess. So double check before writing it. For now, let's write doa. Door. The last characters we can add tenten to are ha, hi, hu, he, ho, which become ba, hi, hu, de, ho. A word you might hear often in Japan is arubaito. Which means part-time job and comes from the word for work in German. Likewise, if you add a maru or the circle to the katakana counterpart of ha, hi, hu, he, and ho, it becomes pa, pi, hu, pe, ho. Let's write papaya. A papaya, and propera. Propeller. Now for some little catches. Do you remember the little yayuyo? In katakana, you can also make the whole a row small. Here are examples of some words that use these smaller characters. Share, which is share, and tissue, which is tissue. These smaller characters are used to create combinations of sounds that are not usually heard in Japanese. You're all familiar with Wikipedia, right? When rendered into Japanese, we get Wikipedia, which also uses these smaller characters. So if you keep your eyes open, you'll definitely see combinations that seem unusual. Katakana is more flexible than Hiragana in this way, in that it can bend the rules according to what needs to be conveyed. Let's have a short quiz. I'll say the word, and you try to write it in katakana. Bonus points if you remember what they mean. Arubaito, part-time job. Share, share. Wikipedia, Wikipedia. Papaya, papaya. Now it's time for Chihiro's tip. This is an overall tip about pronunciation. If you speak English as your first language, it's easy to want to stress certain syllables in a word. For example, important or project. When speaking Japanese, try to shed this habit. All of the syllables in a word get more or less the same amount of time and stress. We'll take a look at some hiragana and katakana around us in the next lesson. I'll see you then. Welcome back to JapanesePod101.com's Kantankana. If you've been following the last 24 lessons, you can now read and write hiragana and katakana. Minasan, otsukaresama desu. Well done, everyone. Today, we're going to move out of the classroom and into the real world. We're going to review the kana characters by taking a look at some actual signs and products in Japan. If you have problems reading any of the characters, brush up by reviewing the previous lessons. Are you ready? Then let's go out and take a look at some real-world katakana.
Here's a word you might see often in Japan. Can you read it? It says, elevator. Elevator. As you can probably guess, this is an elevator. How about this one? Escalator. Escalator. That's an escalator. Both of these are seen a lot in big train stations in Japan. Do you know this word? How about now? As you might have guessed, that is camera. Camera. This is simply camera, and in this case refers to security camera. Several large famous electronic stores in Japan have the word camera in their name. Here's one you'll see often. It says mana mode. Mana mode. This comes from the English phrase manner mode, which is the vibration mode for your cell phone. You might see this word all over Japan, but can you read it? It says karaoke. Karaoke. Karaoke, known as karaoke in English, is extremely popular in Japan, and you see karaoke places everywhere. How about this word? Suteiki. Suteiki. As you might have guessed, this is steak. The names of many different kinds of foods are written in katakana. Can you read this one? It says osusume. Osusume is a Japanese word that means recommended or recommendation. You may be wondering why it's in katakana even though it's a Japanese word. I mentioned in a previous lesson that sometimes Japanese words are written in katakana to emphasize them. This is a perfect example that you'll see often. Here's an example of both hiragana and katakana used together. Can you read it? It says ichigo miruku. Ichigo miruku, or ichigo milk. Ichigo is the word for strawberry, so this is strawberry flavored milk.
How was it? Now that you know both hiragana and katakana, you're off to a great start with reading and writing Japanese. Try to read as much hiragana and katakana as possible. If you're in Japan, you'll find it woven in between kanji on billboards, advertisements, posters, and anything else you set your eyes on. The more you practice, the smoother and quicker you'll be able to read it. Now for Chihiro's last tip. Just like in English, Japanese has many fonts too. As we have seen, kana may look a little different according to the font, and they may have a hane here and there, or some lines may be connected when you learn them as separate or vice versa. Handwritten characters also vary from person to person, so it's a good idea to get used to all the different styles that exist. Well, that does it for Kantan Kana. I hope you learned a lot with this series. For additional resources for learning Japanese, be sure to visit our website at JapanesePod101.com. Thanks for watching all the way through. ありがとうございました。
Hi everyone, I'm Risa. Welcome to Basic Japanese Writing. In this series, I'm going to teach you how to master the Japanese alphabet in the fastest, easiest, and most fun way. Did you know written Japanese actually uses 3 different scripts: Hiragana, Katakana, and Kanji.
Hiragana is the basic Japanese alphabet. Contrary to the English alphabet, however, each character represents one syllable sound. So every time you see one specific character, you know that it will always sound the same way. The second script used in Japanese is katakana. Each katakana character represents the same syllable as its hiragana counterpart. However, it is written a bit differently and is used mostly for foreign words. These two make up the Japanese alphabet, and they will be the focus of this series. On the other hand, kanji characters represent a word or a concept, and unlike hiragana and katakana, there are thousands of them. Plus, there are also different readings for each of them. This makes kanji characters harder to master. However, it's important to learn them as well because they are essential in understanding Japanese.
To learn more about kanji, check out our kanji series at JapanesePod101.com, which I also host with Alicia.
In this first lesson, we will be diving into hiragana, and you'll be learning your first 5 characters. Hiragana characters are the most common of the 3 scripts because it's used to write functional words like grammatical particles and are also commonly found at the end of adjectives and verbs. There are also a lot of words that are more commonly written in hiragana rather than kanji. Technically, hiragana characters could also be used to substitute kanji characters that you don't know how to write. But don't use this as an excuse not to learn kanji. There are 46 hiragana characters and they are commonly arranged in this order.
Take note that when Japanese is written vertically, you read it from right to left. So we'll be starting with this column.
These 5 characters are the 5 vowel sounds in Japanese. The rest of the characters are made up of a consonant sound and one of these vowel sounds, except for the n character.
Okay, are you ready to learn your first hiragana? Here we go!
This is the hiragana character a. To remember this character, try comparing it with an apple. Do you see it? Hiragana a is written in 3 strokes. The first stroke is a horizontal stroke from left to right. Even though horizontal lines look totally flat in font, try writing them at a bit of an angle to make your writing look good. The second stroke is a vertical stroke that cuts the first stroke in half. It starts at the top and curves outwards and down to the bottom. The third stroke is like a spiral. It starts from the center and curves down to the left. Then it curves back up and to the right, crossing the starting point before finally going back down. Flick your pen at the end of this last stroke. To have a good balance, make sure that there isn't too much space in between the first and the third stroke. Take note of the spaces made by the third stroke as well. This space should be the smallest, then this loop is a bit larger. And finally, the space inside the flip is the largest. Okay, let's see it again. Next up is the hiragana character, I. Think of this character as 2 eyes, side by side. I.
You can actually see I a lot in writing, as it acts like a suffix to most adjectives in Japanese.
Hiragana I is written in 2 strokes. The first stroke starts from this part. It's like a curved diagonal line. At the bottom, it turns sharply upwards. Flick your pen while you finish this stroke. This kind of flicked release with a sharp turn is called a hane. When you do a hane, don't put away your pen immediately. It should be as if you're connecting this stroke to the next one. The second stroke starts from here. It's actually about where you stop to turn if you haven't released your pen from the earlier stroke. Just draw an opposite curving line from the first stroke without the hane part. As you can see, this stroke should be shorter than the first one. It should look like you're enclosing a circle when writing an I. Okay, let's see it again. The third one is the hiragana, U. To remember this character, imagine a boxer getting punched in the stomach saying U. Hiragana U is written in 2 strokes. First, draw this short slanted line at the top center. For the second stroke, draw an ear shape starting from this point, curving up to the right and then down to the bottom center. Flick your pen at the end of this stroke. Make sure the first stroke is not too big so that your character won't be off balance. Okay, let's see it again. This is the hiragana character, e. It looks like an energetic ninja. Whoosh! Hiragana e is written in 2 strokes. It starts just like the hiragana u with a short slanted line on the top center. The second stroke goes like this. Look complicated? Just think of writing a number 7. Then go back, retrace a bit, then make a small wave. Extend the end of the stroke, but don't flick your pen. Try your best to keep the same line during the retracing part. This will make your writing neat. Okay, let's see it again. Now, our final character for this lesson, the hiragana o. To remember o, try to think of it as a UFO. Take a look at these 2 characters. Do you remember this character on the left? That's right, it's the hiragana a. In order to differentiate hiragana o from a, just remember that o has a floating stroke on the side.
O is also often used in writing, but unlike I, O is commonly found at the beginning of words. It is used to imply politeness.
Hiragana o is written in 3 strokes. It starts in a similar way to hiragana a with a short horizontal line, but this time is a bit lower and more to the left. The second stroke starts as a vertical line that cuts the first stroke in half. Then it turns sharply to the left, then turns again to make a big curved line. Flick your pen at the end of this stroke. The third stroke is a small slanted line. It should be located a bit to the top right of the first stroke. The left side of your hiragana o should be aligned. Keep the proportions of these spaces as well to keep a good balance. Okay, let's see it again. Let's see all the characters again. A, I, U, E, O. Now, let's review what you've learned. I'll show you a character or a word and give you time to say them. Ready? E. Remember the energetic ninja. I. Believe it or not, it's actually a word. I means stomach. U. Which one is the hiragana? A. It's the one that looks like an apple and doesn't have a floating stroke. This one. I. It means love. Ue. This one means up or above. Iie. Iie means no. Aoi. This means blue.
Great job! Do you remember when I said hiragana characters are used to spell out the pronunciation of a kanji? They are placed above or beside a kanji and written smaller. This use of hiragana is called furigana. Okay, let's wrap up this lesson by recapping what you've learned.
In this lesson, you've learned the 5 hiragana vowels. A, I, U, E, and O.
よくできました。You've now mastered your first 5 characters.
Do you know what big is in Japanese? In the next lesson, you learn it when you get to know your first batch of consonant vowel syllables. Before you go, practice writing the following words on your own. I, 会う、青、言う、家、上、おい、おう、青い、いいえ、
See you in the next lesson! またね! Hi everyone! Welcome to Basic Japanese Writing, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to master the Japanese alphabet.
You've learned these 5 hiragana characters from the previous lesson. In this lesson, you learn 5 new characters and 10 new sounds. How is that possible? Stay tuned to find out. The first hiragana character for this lesson is ka. Ka. Need help remembering this one? Just imagine it as a blade cutting a stick.
Ka is actually a hiragana character that is used a lot since it is the question marking particle in Japanese. So if you see a sentence ending in ka, it is most probably a question.
The hiragana ka also has another reading once we add this mark. This mark is called dakuten or tenten. It is made up of 2 lines that look like a quotation mark symbol, and it's put on the upper right corner of the character. The dakuten makes the consonant of the syllable voiced. So ka with a dakuten will be pronounced as ga.
Voicing a consonant simply means that you create a vibration in your vocal cords when you say it. Ga, ga. Notice the difference? Ka, ga, ka, ga.
Hiragana ka is written in 3 strokes. The first stroke starts as a horizontal line, then bends down into a vertical curved line. Finally, it ends with a hane release. The second stroke is a downward diagonal line with a slight curve inwards. Make sure that this stroke intersects the first stroke around here. The final stroke is a curved slanted stroke to the right of where the first stroke bends. Make the last stroke slightly longer than the other small slanted strokes in previous characters to distinguish it from the dakuten. Okay, let's see it again. Okay, next up is the hiragana character ki. Ki. Ki looks like a key. Just like the hiragana ka, all of the characters in this column can be altered by a dakuten. Ki with a dakuten is pronounced as gi, ki, gi, ki, gi. Hiragana ki is written in 4 strokes. The first 2 strokes are 2 parallel lines, both starting from left to right. They are written at a bit of an angle. The third stroke cuts through the first 2 strokes and ends with a hane release. Because the third stroke ends with a hane, don't put down your pen yet. When you get to this point, make a small curve like half of a smile. Even though you see the fourth stroke connected to the third stroke in most fonts, the correct way to write ki is to lift your pen up before making the final stroke. Okay, let's see it again. The third one is the hiragana ku. Ku. To remember this character, think of it as a cuckoo's beak. Cuckoo. Let's add a dakuten to ku as well. How do you think it will sound like? It's pronounced as gu. Ku. Gu. Ku. Gu. Hiragana ku is written in 1 stroke. It is written just like an open angle bracket but with a slight inward bend. To make your handwriting neat, make sure that the start and end points are aligned. Okay, let's see it again. This is the hiragana character, ke, ke. Ke looks like a keg, doesn't it? Just like the first three characters, ke can be modified by a dakten. Ke with a dakten is pronounced as ge, ke, ge, ke, ge. Hiragana ke is written in 3 strokes. The first stroke is a vertical stroke with a slight outward curve, and then ends with a hane. After the hane, continue on to the next stroke. It is a short horizontal line. The third stroke is another vertical stroke that curves opposite to the first stroke but starts a bit higher and ends lower. Flick your pen at the end of this stroke. Okay, let's see it again. And our final character for this lesson is the hiragana, ko, ko. Imagine this character as 2 koi fish swimming around each other. Now, can you go and say what ko sounds like with a dakten? It will be go, ko, go, ko, go. Hiragana ko is written in 2 strokes. The first stroke is a curved horizontal line that ends with the hane. Go down to this point and make a longer horizontal line that curves opposite from the first one. Just like the hiragana, I, ko should look like it's enclosing a circle. Okay, let's see it again. Let's see all the characters again. Ka, ga, ki, gi, ku, gu, ke, ge, ko, go. Now, let's review what you've learned. I'll show you a character or a word and give you time to say them. Ready? Ki, just like a key. Remember? Ka, ka actually means a mosquito. Do you remember this one? It's e, I, ko, u, ku, kaku. This means to write. Kage. Kage means shadow. Kiku. This means to listen. Try not to mix this up with kaku. Koe. Koe is voice. Kagi. Kagi means key. Don't forget it. Kyoku. This means memory. Make sure not to forget this one as well. Eiga. Eiga is movie. Oki. This means big.
Great job! Are you wondering how do I identify between a dakten mark and a quotation mark? Don't worry. In Japanese, we use corner brackets to signify quotes and titles instead of quotation marks. Okay, let's wrap up this lesson by recapping what you've learned.
In this lesson, you learned ka and ga, ki and gi, ku and gu, ke and ge, and ko and go.
よくできました。You've now mastered 10 characters and 15 Japanese syllable sounds.
Are you ready to learn what imagination is in Japanese? Stay tuned for the next lesson when we move on to the hiragana characters in the S column. Before you go, practice writing the following words on your own. Ka, kaku, aka, かご、釘、貝、影、聞く、鍵、恋、駅、映画、空気、赤い、記憶、英語、気合、計画、会計、大きい。
See you in the next lesson! またね! Hi everyone! Welcome to Basic Japanese Writing, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to master the Japanese alphabet.
You've learned these 10 hiragana characters from the previous lessons. In this lesson, you learn 5 new characters and again 10 new sounds. The first hiragana character for this lesson is sa. Sa. This one looks like a sad, sign face. Do you notice that sa and ki look similar? A good tip to remember the difference is that sa is so sad that it gets one less line. All of the characters in this column can also be altered by a dakten. Can you try and guess what the new sound will be? It will be za. Do you notice the difference? Sa, za, sa, za. Hiragana sa is written in 3 strokes. It's written the same way as ki, but without the first stroke. So it starts with this line written at an angle. Then the second stroke cuts through it and ends with a hane. And finally, draw half a smile. Remember, it looks connected in font, but right way to write it is to lift up your pen first before drawing the last stroke. Okay, let's see it again. Okay, next up is the hiragana character, shi. Shi. It looks like a fishing hook. Let's add a dakten to shi. How do you think it will sound like now? Did you think it was zi? Actually, shi with a dakten is pronounced as ji. Shi, ji, shi, ji. Hiragana shi is written in 1 stroke. Start with a vertical line going down, then at the bottom, make it curve up. Flick your pen at the end of this stroke. Say it again. The third one is the hiragana su. Su. Su looks like a su powder straw in a glass. Let's add a dakten to su as well. What do you think it will sound like? It's pronounced as zu. Su, zu, su, zu. Hiragana su is written in 2 strokes. The first stroke is a horizontal line going from left to right. The second stroke starts from the top, goes down, makes a loop around here, continues going down, then finishes by curving to the left. Flick your pen at the end of this stroke. To have a good balance for this character, Intersect the first stroke a bit to the right of the center when drawing the second stroke. This will give space for the loop. Also, try to draw the same line before and after, making the loop to make your writing neat. Make sure there is a gap between the first stroke and the loop as well. Okay, let's see it again. This is the hiragana character, se. Se. Imagine se as a mouse facing sideways. It's about to say something. Let's modify se with a daksen. It is now pronounced as ze, se, ze, se, ze. Hiragana se is written in 3 strokes. The first stroke is a long horizontal stroke at the center. The second stroke is a short vertical line that ends with a hane going towards the upper left corner. Since the previous stroke ends with a hane, continue the motion of your pen to this point and start drawing a vertical line that curves to the right at the bottom. Do not flick your pen. Keep in mind that the third stroke should not be longer than the first stroke. Also, try to keep a balance where the second and third stroke intersect the first stroke. Okay, let's see it again. And our final character for this lesson is the hiragana so. So. To remember so, just imagine a zigzag sewing stitch. Now, can you go and say what so sounds like with a daksen? It will be zo, so, zo, so, zo. Hiragana so is written in 1 stroke. The first stroke is kind of zigzag line. First, try writing a letter Z on the top half, and then continue by writing a letter C on the bottom half without raising your pen. However, don't make it curl up like a normal letter C. One thing to keep in mind is that this line in the middle should be longer than this line on top. Okay, let's see it again. Hiragana so actually has another way of writing, but this time with 2 strokes. This is used less often than the one before. The first stroke is a short slanted line. The second stroke is exactly the same as the more common way of writing it, but without this part. Okay, let's see it again. Let's see all the characters again. Sa, za, shi, ji, su, zu, se, ze, so, zo. Now, let's review what you've learned. I'll show you a character or group of characters and give you time to say them. Ready? Se. Which one is the hiragana sa? It's this one with one less horizontal line. Zu. The word zu actually means diagram. Did you remember this one? It's o. This one is ke. Sushi is the famous Japanese dish. Jiko. This means accident. Suki. Suki means like. Saku. This means to bloom. Zou. Zou is elephant. Okashi. This means sweets. Osake. Osake means alcohol. 最後 it means last. 想像 想像 means imagination. Try saying this long one. 高校生 A 高校生 is a high school student.
Great job! Do you want to get better at pronunciation? Try listening to Japanese blogs and podcasts. If you don't know where to look, we have a huge library at JapanesePod101.com. Remember, mnemonics help you associate English words with the characters, so they do not necessarily teach you the right pronunciation. Okay, let's wrap up this lesson by recapping what you've learned.
In this lesson, you learned sa and za, shi and ji, su and zu, se and ze, and so and zo.
よくできました。You've now mastered 15 characters and 25 Japanese syllable sounds.
Did you know that Japanese has a word for the day after tomorrow? You'll get to know it in the next lesson when we tackle the T column. Before you go, practice writing the following words on your own. 傘 押す 騎士 すぐ 好き 消す 9時 塩 意識 仕草 誘う 起こす 少し 探す 視覚 返す うさぎ 再生 おかしい 学生
See you in the next lesson! またね! Hi everyone! Welcome to Basic Japanese Writing, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to master the Japanese alphabet.
You've learned these 15 hiragana characters from the previous lessons. In this lesson, you learn 5 new characters, 10 new syllable sounds, and an extra character function. Curious? Stay tuned to learn all about them. The first hiragana character for this lesson is ta. Ta. Ta actually looks like a ta, like a small letter T and A. All of the hiragana in this column can be altered by dakten as well. Can you guess what the new sound will be after adding a dakten to ta? It will be da, ta, da, ta, da. Hiragana ta is written in 4 strokes. The first and second stroke is written like a small letter T, but the second stroke goes diagonally to the bottom left. This should be a bit left of the center to make space for the following strokes. The third stroke is a small curved stroke to the right of the T. Then, the fourth stroke is also a small curved stroke with an opposite curve to the previous stroke. Okay, let's see it again. Okay, next up is the hiragana character, chi. Chi. Does chi remind you of another character? It looks like the mirror image of sa, doesn't it? Just think of chi as a cheerleader, angry at sa for copying her. Now, let's add a dakten to chi. How do you think it will sound like now? Is it di? Actually, chi with the dakten is pronounced as ji. It's just like a shi with a dakten. Ji, chi, ji, chi, ji. Hiragana chi is written in 2 strokes. The first stroke goes from left to right. It is written at an angle. The second stroke starts as a diagonal stroke that intersects the first stroke, then continues into a semicircle. Flick your pen at the end of this stroke. Even though it's like a mirror image of sa, you don't need to lift your pen for this part to write it correctly. Okay, let's see it again. The third hiragana for this lesson is tsu. Tsu. This hiragana is very easy to remember. Tsu looks like a tsunami wave. Let's add the dakten to tsu as well. How do you think it will sound like? It's actually pronounced as zu. It's similar to su with the dakten. Zu. Listen carefully. Tsu, zu, tsu, zu. Actually, tsu has a special version that looks like this, and it's called chisai tsu. Literally, small tsu.
It's actually just a smaller size tsu. So what do we use it for?
The chisai tsu is used to prolong the consonant after it. Take a look at the following examples and listen to how I say them. かっこいい、実家、買った。To compare, here are some words without it. 過去、時間、肩。Now, listen as I say them side by side. 過去、かっこいい。時間、実家、肩、買った。When found at the end of the word, the 小さいつ acts like a glottal stop. For example, あ。Hiragana tsu is written in one stroke. It's written just like a big wave. Flick your pen at the end of this stroke. Okay, let's see it again. Next is a hiragana character, te. Te. Hiragana te looks like a dog's tail. Let's modify te with a dakten. It is now pronounced as de, te, de, te, de. Hiragana te is written in one stroke. First, draw a line from left to right and then go back and make a huge curve. Okay, let's see it again. Our final character for this lesson is the hiragana to. To. To looks like a tornado. What does to sound like with the dakten? To with the dakten is pronounced do. To, do, to, do. Hiragana to is written in 2 strokes. The first stroke is a small slanted stroke that goes to the middle. The second stroke is a big curved line, meeting the first stroke in the middle, then bends back almost near the bottom. Try to keep the start and end of the second stroke aligned to ensure your handwriting is neat. Also, make sure the second stroke doesn't cross the first stroke. Okay, let's see it again. Let's see all the characters again. Ta, da, chi, ji, tsu, zu, 小さいつ, te, で、と、ど. Now, let's review what you've learned. I'll show you a character or a group of characters and give you time to say them. Ready? 手 as a word actually means hand. This is ず Which one is the hiragana ち? It's this one. The one that looks like the angry cheerleader. ご せ 靴 This means shoes. 地図 is map. 弟子 means apprentice. 立つ This means to stand. 遠い means far. 続く It means to continue. If you've ever watched Japanese TV dramas or anime, I think you have seen this one. どっち It means which. 大学 means university. Literally, it means big school. あさって This means the day after tomorrow. 落ち着く means to calm down.
Great job! You might ask if chi and shi sound very similar with the dakten. Then how will I know which one to use? Most of the time we use ji. Ji is very rarely used in Japanese. It is only used for compound kanji which have chi as their original sound. For example, blood in Japanese is chi, but nosebleed becomes hanaji. Okay, let's wrap up this lesson by recapping what you've learned.
In this lesson, you learned ta and da, chi and ji, tsu, zu, and 小さいつ, te and de, and to and do.
よくできました。You've now mastered 20 characters and 35 Japanese syllable sounds.
Now you know which is which. But do you know what is what? Find out in the next lesson where I'll teach you the hiragana characters in the N column. Before you go, practice writing the following words on your own. 土 足す 口 次 鉄 地図 続く 近い 遠い 時計 違う 楓 地下鉄 戦う 小さい 決定 手続き 大学 落ち着いた かっこいい
See you in the next lesson! またねあれなんて言ったっけHi everyone! Welcome to Basic Japanese Writing, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to master the Japanese alphabet.
You've learned these 20 hiragana characters in the previous lessons. In this lesson, you learn 5 new hiragana characters. The first hiragana character for this lesson is na. Na. Think of na as a complicated nut. Are you confused between ta and na? Just remember that na looks more complicated, so it gets mixed up in a nut. Also, remember that the left side of ta is taller.
Do you remember that hiragana I is used as the suffix for most adjectives? These are called I adjectives. The other kind of adjectives are the na adjectives. These use the hiragana na as the particle to connect two nouns.
Hiragana na is written in 4 strokes. The first stroke is a short horizontal stroke. Next is a diagonal stroke that cuts through the first stroke. It only goes until the middle. The third stroke is a short curved stroke to the right and under the first stroke. It ends with a hane and continues onto the next stroke. The final stroke goes downwards, then makes a loop. Unlike the loop in su, this one doesn't need to follow the same line as when it started the loop. Okay, let's see again. Okay, next up is the hiragana character ni. Ni. Ni looks like a knee. Easy to remember, right? Hiragana ni is written in 3 strokes. The first stroke is like that of the hiragana ke. It is a vertical stroke with a slight outward curve, and then it ends with a hane. The second and third stroke is like the hiragana ko, but smaller. Start with the curved line on top, then follow it with the bottom line curved in the opposite way. Okay, let's see again. The third one is the hiragana nu. Nu. To remember this character, think of a pair of chopsticks holding a bunch of noodles. Hiragana nu is written in 2 strokes. First, draw a curved, slanted line. The second stroke starts at the same height as the first stroke, but curved opposite it. Make a big curve, then finishes with a loop. Take a look at the proportions of the spaces. These 2 are small ones. This one is a bit larger. And this one has the biggest space. Okay, let's see again. This is the hiragana character ne. Ne. Think of ne as a snail hiding behind a nail. Ne looks similar to nu, doesn't it? Well, just remember that you need a pair of chopsticks to be able to hold your noodles, so nu has 2 lines sticking out on top of the curve and ne just has 1. Hiragana ne is written in 2 strokes. The first stroke is a vertical line which goes from top to bottom. The second stroke starts with a short horizontal line that passes the first stroke. It then goes diagonally to the left, passing the first stroke again. Then it retraces back, makes a big curve, and ends with a loop. Okay, let's see again. And our final character for this lesson is the hiragana no. No. It's easy to remember this one. It's like a no sign.
No is also a widely used hiragana. It is the particle used to denote possession.
Hiragana no is written in 1 stroke. It starts from this point, goes down and bends to the left, and continues on to make a big curve that passes through the starting point. Make sure that the curve meets the starting point, but try your best not to go too low and make the vertical line protrude. Okay, let's see again. Let's see all the characters again. Na, ni, nu, ne, no. Now, let's review what you've learned. I'll show you a character or a word and give you time to say them. Ready? Ni, just like a knee, remember? Which one is the hiragana ta? It's this one. It does look like a ta, doesn't it? Ji, this also means letter. Remember this one? It's se. Cuckoo, it's a ku. Nu. Nani? This means what? What? Nani means what? Inu. This means dog. Nya. Neko is cat. Niji. Niji means rainbow. Okane means money. Senaka, it refers to your upper back. Natto. Natto is fermented soybeans. It's known to be very smelly, but it's very good for you. Onegai. Onegai means please. As a noun, it also means a request.
Great job! Are you wondering why there's no Dakuten version of nani nu ne no? This is because the N sound is already voiced. Try to feel your throat. There's a vibration, right? Okay, let's wrap up this lesson by recapping what you've learned.
In this lesson, you learned the hiragana characters na, ni, nu, ne, and no.
よくできました. You've now mastered 25 characters and 40 Japanese syllable sounds.
Did you miss the Dakuten in this lesson? Next time, I'm going to introduce 5 more characters and another modifying mark, so don't miss it. Before you go, practice writing the following words on your own. Nani, 犬 猫 夏 喉 肉 布 熱 脳 国 日記 昨日 農家 きのこ お金 納豆 行かない お願い たけのこ 懐かしい
See you in the next lesson! またね! Hi everyone! Welcome to Basic Japanese Writing, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to master the Japanese alphabet.
You've learned these 25 hiragana characters from the previous lessons. In this lesson, you learn 5 new characters and 16 new sounds. I promise it will be easy, so stay tuned to learn all about them. The first hiragana character for this lesson is ha. Ha. To remember ha, imagine this part is a capital letter H, and then there's a small a in front of it. Ha. Ha might look similar to ke, so it may be confusing. To tell the difference between them, remember that ha has a hoop. Did you miss the dakten last lesson? Well, this column can be modified by adding a zakten as well. Can you guess what the new sound will be after adding a zakten to ha? It will be ba, ha, ba, ha, ba. But wait, there's one more mark that can modify the H column. It's the handakten or maru mark. It looks like a small circle and it's placed in the same position as the dakten. This mark makes the consonant of the syllable plosive and it's unique to this column. Ha with the handakten is pronounced pa, ha, pa, ha, pa.
A consonant is plosive when there's a big burst of air coming out of your mouth when you say it. Pa, pa. Try to feel the difference. Ha, ba, pa, pa.
Ha is also a popular hiragana. It's a topic marking particle in Japanese. So the word or phrase that comes before it is the topic of the sentence.
But be careful, ha is pronounced differently when it's used as a topic marking particle. It will be pronounced as wa.
For example, これは箸です。箱は大きいです。母は花が好き。
Many native speakers actually find it hard to read this last example if it's written just in hiragana. This is where kanji is very useful. Knowing which part is a word and which part is a particle makes it easy to read Japanese.
Hiragana ha is written in 3 strokes. The first 2 strokes are similar to the hiragana ke. It starts with a curved vertical stroke that ends with a hane. Then the second stroke is a short horizontal line. The third stroke is a vertical line which crosses the second stroke and finishes off with a loop. Okay, let's see it again. Okay, next up is the hiragana character hi. Hi. Can you see a smiling mouth going hi 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 hi? Now, let's add a dakten to hi. Hi with a dakten is pronounced as bi, hi, bi, hi, bi. And how will it sound like with a handakten? It's going to be pi, hi, pi, hi, pi. Hiragana hi is written in 1 stroke. Start by making a short horizontal line, then trace back a bit and make a big curve that ends around here. Trace back again and make a small curve. Okay, let's see it again. The third hiragana for this lesson is fu. It's not fu or fu, but somewhere in between fu, fu. It's a sound unique to Japanese, so let's remember it with something unique to Japan. Mount Fuji. Let's try adding a dakten to fu as well. How do you think it will sound? It's pronounced as bu. Listen carefully. Fu, bu, fu, bu. Now let's try it with the handakten. It becomes pu, fu, pu, fu, pu. Hiragana fu is written in 4 strokes. The first stroke is a short slanted stroke on the top. It ends with a hane. The second stroke is a medium-sized stroke that looks like a nose. Flick your pen at the end of this stroke and continue on to where the third stroke starts. Draw a short slanted stroke. This one also ends with a hane. Continue on to this point, where you make a final short carved line. It takes some time to get used to writing this character smoothly, so be sure to practice writing it. Okay, let's see it again. Next is the hiragana character, he. He. It looks like it's pointing up to heaven, where the sky is. Let's modify he with a dakten. It's now pronounced as be, he, be, he, be. And when he is modified with a handakten, it will be pronounced as pe, he, pe, he, pe. He is the particle used to indicate the place towards which something is moving.
Just like ha, he also changes pronunciation when used as a particle. In this case, we pronounce it as e, just like the hiragana e.
Listen to some examples. 学校へ行く、駅へ行く。Hiragana he is written in one stroke. Start from the middle and draw a diagonal line upwards. Then, turn and make a longer diagonal line towards the bottom right. The peak of this character should not be in the center. Instead, it's a bit to the left. Also, the line upwards should be a little bit shorter than that of the downwards line. Okay, let's see it again. Our final character for this lesson is the hiragana ho. Ho. Try imagining a horse's face with its mane on the left side to remember this character. Does ho remind you of ha? They both have a hoop. So how do you remember them? Well, ho has two horizontal lines, and ha only has one. So this means ha has only half the lines and ho has the whole lot. What does ho sound like with a dakten? Ho with a dakten is pronounced bo, ho, bo, ho, bo. And with a handakten, it will be po, ho, po, ho, po. Hiragana ho is written in 4 strokes. The first stroke is a curved vertical line with a hane at the end, just like the first stroke of ha, ni, and ke. The second and third stroke are 2 short parallel lines on the top right. The final stroke begins from the second stroke, goes down, and cuts through the third stroke and ends with a loop. Make sure that the final stroke does not start above the second stroke. Okay, let's see it again. Let's see all the characters again. Ha, or if it's used as a particle, wa, ba, pa, hi, bi, pi, fu, bu, pu, he. Or if it is used as a particle, e, be, pe, ho, bo, po. Now, let's review what you've learned. I'll show you a character or a word and give you time to say them. Ready? Fu. Remember that it's like Mount Fuji. Bi. It has the handakten which makes it plosive, so it's pe. Na. Remember, it's a complicated knot, right? Which one is the hiragana ha? It's this one with the hoop and half the horizontal lines as ho. Go. Chi. Hana. This means flower. Hiza. It's your knee. This could be hashi, meaning chopsticks, or hashi, which means bridge. Fushigi. Fushigi means strange. Hanabi. This is Japanese for fireworks. Literally, it means fire flowers. Fukuzatsu. This means complicated. Hikidashi. Hikidashi is a drawer. Keppeki. It means perfectionist.
Great job! As you learn more characters, you notice that some of them look similar. Try making a chart of your own, grouping similar characters and list down a unique feature you can find for each so that, when you see it, you can identify that specific character easily. Okay, let's wrap up this lesson by recapping what you've learned.
In this lesson, you learned ha, ba, and pa, hi, bi, and pi, fu, bu, and pu, he, be, and pe, and ho, bo, and po.
よくできました。You've now mastered 30 characters and 56 Japanese syllable sounds.
Are the dakten and handakten marks getting too complicated? Don't worry, this is the last column you'll use them in. Next time, there's no need to use your head as much, but you learn how to say it in Japanese instead when we move on to the M column. Before you go, practice writing the following words on your own. Hata, 骨 8 星 肘 膝 ひげ ニキビ 1つ 2つ 放棄 差別 響き 日付 複雑 方法 一つずつ 潔癖
See you in the next lesson! またね! Hi everyone! Welcome to Basic Japanese Writing, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to master the Japanese alphabet.
You've learned these 30 hiragana characters from the previous lessons. In this lesson, you learn 5 new hiragana characters. The first hiragana character for this lesson is ma. Ma. Try looking at it as a man in a mask, and you remember ma. Hiragana ma is written in 3 strokes. Start with 2 parallel horizontal lines. Both of them go from left to right. The first horizontal line is slightly longer than the second one. The third stroke starts from the top, cuts through the first two strokes, then makes a loop at the bottom. To keep a good balance, don't make these two horizontal lines too long. They should be just a little wider than the loop at the bottom. Okay, let's see it again. Okay, next up is the hiragana character, mi. Mi. Think of it as the musical note mi, do, re, mi. Hiragana mi is written in two strokes. The first stroke starts with a short horizontal line, goes down, makes a loop at the bottom, and ends with an arc. The second stroke is a carved vertical line that cuts through the end of the arc of the first stroke. Okay, let's see it again. The third one is the hiragana mu. Mu. Mu looks like a cow, and what do cows say? Moo! Hiragana mu is written in three strokes. Mu starts in a similar way to the character su. First, draw a horizontal line. But unlike su, this should be a bit to the left. Next, start from the top and cut through the first stroke. Then, make a loop towards the bottom. After the loop, retrace the same line, but unlike su, don't flick your pen yet. Instead, turn to the right and make a horizontal line. Then, turn upwards and stop right here. Don't pass the first stroke. The third stroke is a short slanted line above the end of the second stroke. Okay, let's see it again. This is the hiragana character, me. Me. Does me remind you of this character? The one where the chopsticks are holding some noodles? But look, this part is now missing. This means that the chopsticks dropped some noodles and made a mess. Hiragana me is written in two strokes. Me is written just like nu, except for this loop at the end. So first, draw a curved, slanted line. The second stroke starts at the same height as the first stroke, but curves opposite it. Then it finishes with a big curve. Instead of the loop in nu, flick your pen at the end of this stroke. To have a good balance, make sure that proportions of the spaces are correct. Okay, let's see it again. And our final character for this lesson is the hiragana mo. Mo. To remember mo, just imagine it as a monitor lizard. This part is its huge long tail. Ma and mo might be confusing because they look similar. But just remember that ma is the one with the mouth. Hiragana mo is written in three strokes. First, draw a fishing hook shape starting from the top and ending with a flick. It looks like a hiragana shi, right? The second and third strokes are the two parallel horizontal lines intersecting the first stroke. Okay, let's see it again. Let's see all the characters again. Ma, mi, mu, me, mo. Now, let's review what you've learned. I'll show you a character or a word and give you time to say them. Ready? Me. Me actually means eye. Mu. Pa. Which one is a hiragana, nu? It's this one, holding more noodles. Ka. Tsu. Just like a tsunami. Zo. Sa. Remember not to mistake it for chi. Machi. This means town or city. This could be ame, which means rain. Ame, which means candy. Atama. It's an important part of your body. It means head. This is kimono. It literally means something you wear. Tameiki. It means sigh. Mainichi. Mainichi means every day. Speaking of which, I hope you're practicing every day. Try saying this long one. Was it difficult? Yes, it is. 難しい means difficult.
Great job! Do you have other mnemonic suggestions to make remembering hiragana easier? Share them in the comments below. Okay, let's wrap up this lesson by recapping what you've learned.
In this lesson, you learned hiragana characters ma, mi, mu, me, and mo.
よくできました。You've now mastered 35 characters and 61 Japanese syllable sounds.
Do you know what the nuigurumi is? You're going to find out what this cute word means next time when we tackle the R column. Before you go, practice writing the following words on your own. Himo, 道 Kuma 無駄 港 もみじ 荷物 まぶた おまけ ため息 はちみつ まぶしい 食べ物 飲み物 つま先 毎日 まじない 蒸し暑い 難しい もったいない
See you in the next lesson! またね! Hi everyone! Welcome to Basic Japanese Writing, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to master the Japanese alphabet.
You've learned these 35 hiragana characters from the previous lessons. In this lesson, you learn 5 new hiragana characters. The first hiragana character for this lesson is ra. Ra. Think of ra as a rabbit sitting on its hind legs. Is it hard to tell between ra and chi? Just remember that chi has the top part crossing over. Hiragana ra is written in 2 strokes. The first stroke is a short, slanted line at the top. The second stroke is similar to writing the second stroke of the number 5. It starts here. goes down diagonally to the left, then turns and makes a big curve. Finish this stroke by flicking your pen. Okay, let's see it again. Okay, next up is the Hiragana character, ri. Ri. Ri looks like a river. Easy to remember, right? I and ri look very similar, especially when written. One way to remember the difference is that the right stroke of ri is longer and it flows like a river. Hiragana ri is written in 2 strokes. The first stroke is a vertical stroke going down and ends with a hane. Without putting away your pen, go to where the second stroke starts. Then draw a long stroke going down, curving to the left. Flick your pen at the end of this stroke. Hiragana ri is also commonly depicted as one whole connected stroke in some fonts. However, the correct way of writing it is in 2 strokes. Okay, let's see it again. The third one is the hiragana, ru. Ru. To remember this character, think of it as a hand holding a ruby. Hiragana ru is written in 1 stroke. First, start with a short horizontal line, then turn and make a diagonal line to the left. Retrace a bit, make a big curve, and end with a small loop inside. The end of the stroke doesn't go past this line, unlike the loops for ha and ma. Okay, let's see it again. This is the hiragana character, re. Re. Think of re as a reindeer looking up. Hiragana re is written in 2 strokes. Re is written like ne, except for this part, so it starts with a vertical line that goes from top to bottom. Then, the second stroke starts with a short horizontal line that passes the first stroke. It then goes diagonally to the left, passing the first stroke again, and retraces back. But this time it makes a squiggly line instead of making a big curve with a loop. Another difference is that you flick your pen at the end of the second stroke. Okay, let's see it again. And our final character for this lesson is hiragana ro. Ro. Remember ru? It looks very similar, right? But where's the ruby the hand was holding? It's gone now, so you got robbed. Hiragana ro is written in 1 stroke. Writing ro is the same as writing ru, but without the loop. Start by drawing a short horizontal line followed by a diagonal line to the left. Retrace a bit, then finish it off by making the big curve at the end. Remember, this should all be written in 1 stroke. Okay, let's see it again. Let's see all the characters again. Ra, ri, ru, re, ro. Now, let's review what you've learned. I'll show you a character or a word and give you time to say them. Ready? Re, ro. Which one is the hiragana? Ri. It's this one with the flowing last stroke, just like a river. Ne. Remember not to confuse it with re. So. Ra. Ku. Remember the cuckoo's beak? し Saru. This means monkey. 晴れ It means sunny or clear weather. 楽 楽 means convenient or comfortable. お風呂 お風呂 means bath, and it's an important part of Japanese culture. 薬 This means medicine. おにぎり おにぎり is a famous Japanese dish, and you eat it with just your hands. ぬいぐるみ This means stuffed toy.
Great job! Are there still other similar letters you are confused about? Post them in the comments and we'll try to help you out. Okay, let's wrap up this lesson by recapping what you've learned.
In this lesson, you learned ra, ri, ru, re, and ro. Please note that we skipped the Y column this time so that we could discuss all the Japanese digraphs in the next lesson.
よくできました。You've now mastered 40 characters and 66 Japanese syllable sounds.
You're almost done learning hiragana. Do you need more reasons to watch the next lesson? How about learning to say and write reason in Japanese? Next time, we will talk about the Y column. Before you go, practice writing the following words on your own. 空無理留守油ラクダ洗い薬つづり氷辛いうつろさっぱりうるさいろうそくすっきりコウモリぬいぐるみありえない恐ろしい珍しい
See you in the next lesson. またね! Hi everyone! Welcome to Basic Japanese Writing, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to master the Japanese alphabet.
You've learned these 40 hiragana characters from the previous lessons. In this lesson, you learn 3 new characters and 33 new syllable sounds. Yes, 33. 11 times 3, 33 new sounds. Got to learn them all. The first hiragana character for this lesson is ya. Ya. Ya actually looks like a yak. The 2 horns are protruding on top. Hiragana ya is written in 3 strokes. The first stroke is a long diagonal line going up, which ends with a curve. It looks like a slim tsu. The second stroke is a short slanted stroke at the top center. The third stroke is a tall diagonal line, which cuts through the first stroke around 1/3 from the left. Okay, let's say it again. This is the hiragana character yu. Yu. There's a magical way to remember yu. Just think of a unicorn.
Yu is also a popular hiragana character, but not because of how it's used in a sentence, but because it is used as a mark for onsen or hot spring bath. Yu actually stands for oyu, meaning hot water.
Hiragana yu is written in 2 strokes. The first stroke starts as a vertical line going down. Then it retraces back, then forms a big curve that almost turns into a circle. The second stroke is a curved vertical stroke that cuts through the curved part of the first stroke. It ends with a flick of your pen. Okay, let's see it again. Our final character for this lesson is the hiragana yo. Yo. To remember yo, imagine a yo-yo dangling from a finger. Hiragana yo is written in 2 strokes. The first stroke is a short horizontal stroke starting from the center, going to the right. The second stroke starts as a vertical line going down. Then it makes a loop towards the bottom. Okay, let's see again. There's another set of syllables in Japanese which is formed by adding the ya, yu, or yo sound to a consonant plus an i sound.
This time, the ya, yu, and yo characters are written smaller.
These are the Japanese digraphs called yoon. Even though they look longer, they are still the same length in syllables as the previous characters that you've learned. Kya, kyu, kyo, gya, gyu, gyo, sha, shu, sho, ja, ju, jo, cha, chu, cho, nya, nyu, nyo, hya, hyu, hyo, bya, byu, byo, pya, pyu, pyo, mya, myu, myo, rya, ryu, ryo.
Technically, you could also make a digraph with ji, but it's not in use anymore. One thing to note is that you need to be careful when writing or pronouncing them. They are written smaller and they are pronounced by gliding to the Y sound and not pronouncing the E sound. Doing it otherwise might get you a completely different word.
Here's an example. Ryu means dragon, but Ryu means reason. Another one is kyo, meaning today. However, when you pronounce the E sound and say kyo, it means handy or skilled. Let's see all the characters again. Ya, yu, yo, and the digraphs. Kya, kyu, kyo, ya, yu, gyo, sha, shu, sho, ja, ju, jo, cha, chu, cho, nya, nyu, nyo, hya, hyu, hyo, bya, byu, byo, pya, pyu, pyo, mya, myu, myo, rya, ryu, ryo. Now, let's review what you've learned. I'll show you a character or a word and give you time to say them. Ready? Yo, ho, yu, the magical unicorn. Ya, no, a, remember the apple? Shi, yume, it means dream. Yama, yama is mountain. Yasui, this means cheap. Ryori, ryori means cooking. Are you good at it? 会社 It means company. 柔道 Judo is the national sports of Japan. 宿題 This means homework. You should do it. 病院 It means hospital. You don't want to confuse it with 美容院, meaning hairdresser.
Great job! Do you like listening to Japanese songs? Try finding the lyrics in Japanese with Hiragana online and practice your Hiragana by reading them and eventually singing them. Okay, let's wrap up this lesson by recapping what you've learned.
In this lesson, you learned the Hiragana characters ya, yu, and yo, and all the Japanese digraphs.
よくできました。You've now mastered 43 characters and 99 Japanese syllable sounds. Wow!
We are going to finish up Hiragana in the next lesson with the last 3 characters wa, wo, and n. So don't miss it! Before you go, practice writing the following words on your own. お湯 夜 屋根 予約 休み お茶 紅茶 会社 休憩 正月 怪しい 幽霊 酔っ払い 太陽 焼肉 醤油 病院 図書館 住所 自己紹介
See you in the next lesson. またね! Hi everyone! Welcome to Basic Japanese Writing, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to master the Japanese alphabet.
You have learned these 43 Hiragana characters from the previous lessons. In this lesson, you learn 3 new characters and just 2 new sounds. Yes, you've learned one of them before. Stay tuned to find out which one. The first Hiragana character for this lesson is wa. Wa. Do you remember that the Hiragana character ha is pronounced as wa if it's a particle? Well, the wa sound is actually signified by this character as well. Wa. To remember wa, think of it as a white swan. Many people have a hard time remembering ne, re, and wa because their left halves look the same. Hopefully, our mnemonics can come to the rescue. Remember, ne is the snail with a spiral in its shell. Re is a reindeer looking up in the sky. And wa is a white swan floating on the water. Hiragana wa is written in 2 strokes. It starts the same way as the characters similar to it. So it starts with a vertical line that goes from top to bottom. The second stroke starts with a short horizontal line that passes the first stroke. It then goes diagonally to the left, passing the first stroke again, and retraces back. But this time it makes a big curve. Now you're done. Okay, let's see it again. This is the Hiragana character wo. wo. It is also commonly said as o. Try to think of wo as a crack in the wall.
Wo is a very distinct character. It is never used in a word, but instead, it functions as the object marking particle.
So whenever you see this, it means that the word before it is the object of the sentence. For example, リンゴを食べました. This means I ate an apple. The object of the verb 食べました or ate is リンゴ or apple, and it's the one that comes before を. Hiragana を is written in 3 strokes. The first stroke is a horizontal line going from left to right. The second stroke starts as a diagonal line that crosses the first stroke, then turns and makes a hump. It should end lower than where it turned. The third stroke is a curved line that starts from here and intersects the second stroke on the humped part. Okay, let's see again. Our final character for this lesson is the hiragana ん. This one's easy. It looks like an italicized N.
Hiragana ん is also special because you can never start a word with it. It could only be found in the middle or at the end of words. One more thing that's special about ん is that its pronunciation varies a bit depending on the syllable that comes after it. It can sometimes have an ん sound when it comes before a B or P sound. For example, 昆布 and 乾杯. And sometimes it can have a ん sound when it comes before a G sound, like in hangaku.
Hiragana ん is written in 1 stroke. It starts out as a diagonal line going down to the left, then turns and retraces a bit before making a wave. Flick your pen at the end. Okay, let's say it again. Let's see all the characters again. Wa, wo, or o, and finally, ん. Now, let's review what you've learned. I'll show you a character or a word and give you time to say them. Ready? Wo. It looks like a crack in the wall, right? Yo. Pa. Ge. Which one is the hiragana? Wa. It's this one. N. Sho. Remember, it's not shio. It's sho. Kawa. This means river. En. It means circle. It's also the Japanese currency, yen. In Japanese, we call it en. Watashi. Watashi is I or me. Ongaku. This means music. Shinbun. It's a newspaper. Since after n comes bu, we pronounce it as n, shinbun. Okaasan. Okaasan means mother. Mizu wo nomu. This means to drink water. Yasai wo taberu. This means to eat vegetables.
Great job! Did you know? There used to be hiragana characters for wi and ue. However, just like how wo is pronounced interchangeably as o, wi and ue was also pronounced as the vowels I and e. So they become obsolete. You never know, but maybe wo might become obsolete in the future as well. Okay, let's wrap up this lesson by recapping what you've learned.
In this lesson, you learned the hiragana characters wa, wo, and n.
よくできました。You've now mastered all 46 hiragana characters and all 101 Japanese syllable sounds.
Here are the 46 hiragana characters. They are used mainly for Japanese words and as grammatical particles. These are the 5 vowel sounds, and the rest are a combination of a consonant and a vowel sound except for n. This is the dakten or tenten mark that makes the consonant of the syllable voiced. It can modify the characters under the K, S, T, and H columns. On the other hand, this is the handakten or maru mark and is exclusively used for the H column. It makes the consonant sound plosive. Japanese digraphs are formed by adding a small ya, yu, or yo to a consonant plus an I syllable. They are pronounced by gliding to the Y sound and not pronouncing the I. Pronunciation of hiragana characters is always the same except for these characters with alternate pronunciations. Ha is pronounced wa when it's used as the topic marking particle. He is pronounced e when it's used as a preposition. Wo is actually more commonly pronounced as o, and n can sometimes be pronounced n or n, depending on the syllable that comes after it.
Congratulations! You now know all the syllable sounds native to Japanese. But wait, we are not done yet. Did you know that around 10% of Japanese is made of loan words from English? You will already know many Japanese words just by learning the loan words in Katakana. So you definitely don't want to miss out on them.
Before you go, practice writing the following words on your own. 庭 川 わさび 若い 悪い わかる 和菓子 安心 残念 わがまま 満足 惑星 誕生日 混乱する 出版社 服を買う 窓を開く 雑誌を読む 道を歩く 映画を見る
See you in the next lesson. またね!
Expand your vocabulary with our core 2,000 words ebook. It's free and packed with essential expressions that you'll use on a daily basis. Start building your vocabulary today. Click the link in the description below to download your free Japanese ebook before it's gone.